So this is the piece that we're making. We previously made a solid egg of glass, and our guest artist, Matteo Seguso, master engraver, has engraved a figure on the egg, and the egg is sitting in that silver oven with the curved side, staying warm. And we're gonna do a little ship in the bottle thing here. We're gonna make this exterior form, open it up, put the egg inside, and then close it back down. So Sarah's heating up the glass, making it soft. The round oven that she's heating it up in is called the glory hole. She'll bring it to the workbench where Gabe will shape it. Gabe is the man in the bright blue shirt. The pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up newspaper soaked in water, ordinary newspaper. As Gabe shapes the glass, Kristen, standing up in the sweatshirt, is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. So now Gabe has two pads of cork in his hand, and he's going to make the shape a little bit flat. The cork allows us to press on the glass without leaving any marks. So we want a little bit of a flattened cross section on this. The man sitting to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. So he blows through the steel pipe and inflates it as Gabe shapes it. So now Gabe is heating up just the very bottom, making it soft. He's going to make a little flat spot for the sculpture to stand on. Torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place so we can make just the part we want to shape hot and soft without disturbing the rest of it. Has anybody got any questions? There's two kinds of ovens. The glass furnaces where we keep the molten glass, those run at 2100 degrees. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, those run at 2300. So the glass furnaces are kind of on simmer, like a pot of soup on your stove, and the glory holes are a little hotter to heat things up quickly. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. This second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. So over to the left, Courtney is getting some glass, and he's preparing the second steel rod, the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Anybody wants to take pictures, knock yourselves out. So here comes Courtney in the black shirt with the punty. He sticks it on the bottom. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. When Gabe feels that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. When we get the glass, we get it as in what's called batch. And batch is kind of like a cake mix. It's all the chemicals that make up the glass, powdered up and in a bag. We just throw the bag into the furnace, bag burns away, chemicals melt together and make glass. Color in glass comes from different metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. But we don't do that here. We buy colored glass from a company that makes colored glass, and then we blow a bubble from our furnace, which is all clear, and then we heat up a little chunk of the color, and then we melt a layer of colored glass over the clear glass. Then we dip that in more clear, so the objects look colored, but if you cut through them, they're just coated with one skinny little layer of color. So there's one layer of clear glass. Could we put up the color overlay diagram? So if you look up on the screen, we blow a bubble of clear glass, then we put a big blob of colored glass on top, and then we smush it till it entirely coats the original bubble, and then we dip it in more clear glass. So it's a little second layer. So this piece we're making today for Mr. Seguso, this will be all clear glass, no color. No, the kind of yellow-orangey color you're seeing is the glow from the heat. It was very hot, and so it was glowing. And now it's a lot cooler, and the glow from the heat disappeared. So Courtney has the engraved egg, this part here. I'm going to put it inside and then close up the shape around it. We're heating up the base of the egg shape so that when we put it inside, it'll stick to the bottom. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. Little tap. Metal rod comes out. Make sure there's no little chips of glass from when we broke it off. So we're going to melt the little place where we broke it off so it's nice and smooth. So now Sarah's heating it up, softening the top, and we're going to close the top back up around. That's him. I'm just the tour guide. Now we're going to take the newspaper, the wet newspaper, and squeeze the top and close it. Oh, we have to cool everything slowly after we finish it, so it'll be cool. We'll cool this thing overnight. Yeah, well, if we just made it and set it on the table, it would be cool in 20 minutes, but it would shatter. So we have to put it in a special oven and cool it slowly so it doesn't break. So Gabe's going to squeeze that opening. The tool in his hand is called the parchoffi. It's got wooden blades. So you want a small opening at the top. So we'll squeeze it till the opening is small, and then we'll bust off that little flange. Just give it a little tap, and off it comes. So you can give it a little puff, make the shape a little more inflated. So Gabe will do a little shaping on the top with the wet newspaper. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir. No, no. When we have a guest artist, they take everything they make with them, and then they leave one piece for the museum collection, permanent collection. probably. So we're just about ready to put this away. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to put it in an oven called an annealing oven. Each day we heat that oven up to 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night we cool everything down all at once. One of the glass blowers will put on some protective clothing. We'll put on some big yellow Kevlar gloves. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that sculpture, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At 1,000 degrees, the glass will be hard. It'll no longer change shape. We'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water, put a few drops of water on the joint between the metal rod and the sculpture. That'll crack the glass just at that joint, and then a little tap and off it'll come. Into the annealing oven, and that'll cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and our guest artist, Matteo Seguso. Welcome. Changes the working properties of metal. This doesn't change the working properties of glass at all. It relieves all the stress from the parts being heated up. We hold it at a constant temperature so that the inside and the outside are all the same temperature. And then slowly turn the temperature down so it doesn't create the temperature difference. Metal, what they call So over here on the right, we're starting the next piece. Sarah, in the black shirt, is heating up the tip of the steel pipe. Hot glass sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel. So we're making a sculpture for our guest artist, Matteo Seguso, master engraver. He's working with our resident team of glassblowers. They're making the shapes that he designed, and he's made several engraved parts that we're going to attach to the shape. The engraved parts are already made. They're sitting in this oven over here, staying warm. And Gabe here is making the body of the sculpture. The gray pad in his hand is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, he can shape the glass without leaving any marks. Every once in a while, these steel pipes get hot. When they do, we take them over there to the pipe cooler. We just lay the steel pipe in that trough and spray water on it. That cools it down, makes it easier to hold. Notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow through the steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Gabe, in the bright blue shirt, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So Courtney, the man to the left, is blowing, inflating the glass, making it bigger. So it's just like blowing up a balloon. So now Gabe is going to take a tool called the jacks, and he's going to squeeze the glass and make a sharp notch in it. That sharp notch will be the place where we can break the glass away from the metal pipe. His assistant turns the pipe as Gabe squeezes, and you can see he's starting to form a sharp notch. That's where we'll break the glass away from the metal pipe. on a table, and they have, yeah. So the central part of this sculpture will be a hollow sphere. That's the part we're making now. And then we have several engraved parts that we're going to adhere to the edges. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the sphere from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. Courtney, over in the black shirt over on the far left, he's preparing the punty. The punty's going to act as a handle to hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. We have some engraved parts that our guest artist made. We're going to stick them on the side. So we stick the punty onto the bottom, and that second steel rod will act as a temporary handle to hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. When we're ready to take it off the pipe, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want the glass to break, and then a light tap and off it'll come. So we're going to bust off that little flange. And then we're going to start adding the engraved discs and the solid spheres to the surface. Our guest artist is a master engraver from Murano, the island off of Venice where the glassmaking is concentrated. He apprenticed to his father, Bruno Seguso, and became a master in 2006. He's taught glassmaking, engraving all over the world, in Italy, in Australia, and here number of places in America. And he's our guest artist this week. And he's working with our resident team of glass blowers. So they're making the shapes for him to engrave, and he's doing the engraving. The engraving is done on a machine like this. This is called a glass lathe. It has a motor and a spindle, which sits in this here. It sits here. Attach it to little abrasive wheels. The wheels spin really fast, and he pushes the glass against the wheels to carve the details. Could we put up Sarah working on the glass lathe? So if you look up there, so that's what it looks like when you're engraving. So the machine is a glass lathe. And you look at the diagram, you can see the abrasive wheel is mounted on the spindle, and we use different shaped wheels in different sizes to make different kinds of cuts. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, our guest artist, Matteo Seguso, is going to give a talk here in the hot shop. Obviously, most of you won't be here, but we're going to be streaming it online. So if you go to our website, museumofglass.org, you can watch his talk from home. And that'll be 2 o'clock tomorrow. Why is Murano so famous for glass? Well, glass started out in the Middle East, and it came to Murano probably about the 1200s, and they really perfected the art of blowing. And so they were the premier glass blowers for the next 400 years. All the royalty of Europe, everything, they all wanted glass from Murano because they were so good at it. And so they've been the center of glass making for 900 years. And it's like certain areas are famous for Champagne is famous for champagne. Wisconsin is famous for cheese. Murano is famous for glass. When Gabe heats up the glass with the torch, it allows him to focus the heat in a particular place. So you can make just that part extra hot and extra soft. When we put it in the big oven, it kind of heats up the whole object. We use a torch, we can focus the heat just where we want it. That's the glass furnace. Inside there is a big ceramic tank with 1,000 gallons. Yep. So we take the pipes, dip them in, a little bit of molten glass sticks the end of the pipe, and we blow it up like a balloon. Tank where we melt all the glass. So now we're attaching the engraved pieces to the hollow sphere. We've preheated the engraved pieces in that silver oven over there. That's called the garage. And we're going to pull them out one by one and attach them to the sculpture. So we heat up the spot where we want to attach it, and then we'll heat up the little engraved part itself. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. So Sarah has a little engraved piece on that metal tray. She's going to heat it up a little extra in the big round oven, the glory hole. Gabe's going to grab it, heat up the bottom so hot glass will stick to hot glass. And when we press the two things together, they'll stick. So we're taking the torch and softening a little spot on the sculpture. And Gabe will poke it a little bit, make a little mark so he knows where to put it. So the torch will just soften that spot. He gives it a little poke. Now he's got a mark that he can hit. Sarah in the black shirt to the left. She's got the metal tray with the engraved piece. We're going to bring it out and stick it on. We'll heat up the little engraved disc. We heat up the spot where we want to attach it. We press the two pieces of hot glass together. They stick to each other. So once again, we're heating up the spot where we want to attach. This time, we're going to attach solid glass spheres. So those will be these guys right here. So we're improvising a little now. So we're going to get ready to attach the next sphere. Hopefully this one will stay put. So we're heating up the spot on the sphere. We've plugged up the hole in the wooden box in case of emergencies. Okay, let's have a hand for these guys. All these things we're doing today are experiments, so there's bound to be a few bumps in the road. So we're getting ready to put the sculpture away. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly. If we just may put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod and place it in an oven called the annealing oven, where it will be cooled slowly overnight to prevent it from breaking. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir. Right this moment. 1 o'clock. So while we're making our preparations for the next piece, I'll just give you a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces, where you see the doors closed in the steel wall. Those are our furnaces. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. Each one of those has a big ceramic tank, and in that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass is soft like honey. So when we want to get it out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes that those guys were using, and we dip it into the molten glass like you dip one of these into a jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of the molten glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, ball of glass blows up like a little balloon. If you want to make something larger, you dip it in, blow a little bubble of let it harden, and then you dip it in a second time, or a third time, or a fourth time. And just keep coating it until you have all the glass you need to make whatever you're making. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear. It has no color. When we want to make something colored, we buy our colored glass separately in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. We heat up a little chunk of colored glass, and then we melt a layer of colored glass over our clear glass. We'll then dip that in more clear glass. So what you end up with is something that looks colored, but if you cut through it, you'd see it's just that one skinny layer of color. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So if you watch Sarah in the black shirt, she's just dipped her bubble in more molten glass. All glass, when it's hot, looks some shade of orange, whether it's red or blue or pink or purple. The orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat. It's like when you look at a toaster, when the wires are hot, they glow orange. When you look at the burner on an electric stove, when the burner is hot, it glows orange. So does the glass. So that glass is clear. It has no color. The color you're seeing is the glow from the heat. Does anybody have any questions? You ever use what? Red. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes, yeah. No, we start pieces over there, and then she'll hand it over to Gabe, who'll be working in the center bench. That's where most of the action will be in the center bench. So these pieces we're making were designed by our guest artist, Matteo Seguso, a master engraver from Italy, from the island of Murano, where the glassmaking is centered. And he's working with our resident team of glassblowers to fabricate his designs. He's not a glassblower himself, so he's an engraver, so we'll make these pieces which he will then engrave on. Can we put up some of Mr. Seguso's work up on the big screen? So the engraving is done with this machine here. This is called a glass lathe. It has a motor, and we stick a spindle in here, and we mount abrasive wheels on the end of the spindle. It spins really fast, it's water cooled, and then when we want to carve into the glass, we press the glass against the spinning abrasive wheel, and it abrades into the glass and carves it. We have various sizes and shapes. And you can see this morning, we did some Rainier glasses for those of you who are local. So that was, the R's were carved on this machine. And the glasses were made by our resident team of glassblowers. So now we have all the glass we need to make the shape. Now we're going to blow it up to its full size and shape. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's going to be blowing. He'll blow through the steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass while Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So right now, Sarah's heating up the glass, making it nice and soft. The round oven that she's heating it up in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees. So the gray pad in Gabe's hand is just folded up newspaper, ordinary newspaper, soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, he can shape the glass without leaving any marks. Regular newspaper. Yes, it's wet. This one's dry because it's been out for a while. That's what he's using to shape the glass. Folded up newspaper. It's wet, it's still dry. Oh, we use the wooden paddles for two things. We use it to flatten certain surfaces. We also use it to shield the glass blower's arm from the heat. So we place the paddle between the glass and the arm. The paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. So Kristen, standing up, is shielding Gabe's arm. Gabe is shaping the glass with the wet newspaper. So Mr. Seguso wants more of a flattened disc shape. So Gabe in the bright blue shirt has 2 pads of cork, like cork in a wine bottle. And he's going to use that, give that sphere a squeeze and make the shape a little flatter and more disc-like. Making a sculpture similar to that drawing on the floor, this one. So we're going to blow the disc shape, and then we have several engraved parts that Mr. Seguso made, sit in that silver oven, and we're going to attach the engraved parts for decoration. How are they going to do the attaching? Hot glass sticks to hot glass. Imagine you had 2 pieces of wax. You get 2 pieces of wax warm and you press them together and they stick. Glass is the same way. So we'll heat up the spot where we want to attach it. We'll heat up the thing we want to attach, and when we press them together, they'll stick. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the disc shape from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. This second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. So we're going to break it off the rod it's on now and stick it on the punty. So here comes Courtney with the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. You stick it on the bottom, and that's going to act as a temporary handle to hold the object from the bottom while we shape the top. When they feel that that attachment is firm, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want the glass to break, and just tap on the metal pipe, and off it'll come. Here we go. We drip water where we want it to break. Give it a tap, and off it comes. So Gabe is taking the torch and concentrating the heat on the top. Make that part soft so he can shape it. The glass at the very top is always a little bit thick, so we're going to stretch it out a little bit and trim some of the thick parts off. So he's just got that tweezers and he's grabbing it and pulling and pulling, pulling. And we'll bust that little thick flange off. Give it a little tap, and off it comes. getting ready to attach. Is the marble or? So Gabe is heating up the spot where we're going to attach it. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We heat up the back. When you press two hot pieces of glass together, they stick. All the small parts that we're attaching to the sculpture were made earlier. They're sitting in the silver oven with the curved side. That's called the garage. That's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not so hot it makes it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, retains its shape. We're ready to use it. We'll pull it out, heat it up a little extra, and stick the parts together. So we're going to add some solid glass spheres to this sculpture. Sarah, over on the left, is heating them up a little bit before we bring them out into the cold air. Sarah in the black shirt is preheating our glass sphere that we're going to add to the sculpture. Gabe in the bright blue shirt is heating up the spot where we're going to attach it. We get the spot where we attach it hot. We get the thing itself hot. When we press the two together, they stick. If you think about if you had pieces of wax, if you get two pieces of wax hot and you press them together, they stick to each other. So if any of you are here with kids, we have a contest for kids called Kids Design Glass. Any kid can go and do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make it out of glass. You can see some examples in our lobby. It's a contest once a month. We'll pick one of the drawings. We'll make 2 copies, 1 glass piece for the kid to take home, and 1 for the museum collection. It's free. If you'd like to enter, just go out into the lobby, look to your left. You'll see a little glassed-in arts and crafts room. We have paper, we have markers, everything you need. And do a drawing and enter in the contest. It's free. So we're going to attach one more sphere to our sculpture. Sarah in the black shirt on the left. She's warming it up. Gabe in the bright blue shirt is heating up the spot where we're going to attach it. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. So Mr. Seguso, our guest artist, has engraved designs on some of the little pieces that are attached to it. And now we're taking the torch and melting those slightly so the engraving will be more shiny, kind of polished looking. These gloves are made out of Kevlar. Protect your hands. When she grabs that, it's going to be 1,000 degrees. She needs these special gloves to protect her hands. So when we're ready to remove the sculpture from the metal rod, we're going to take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want the glass to break. The cold water will hit the hot glass and crack that joint that's holding it to the metal rod, and then it'll just a little tap and off it'll come. So the man sitting at the bench, Gabe Feenan, he's got a pair of tweezers in his hand. He's going to dip them in water, drip a little water off the end of the tweezers onto the joint. Here he goes. Give it a little tap. Off it comes and into our annealing oven to cool overnight. So let's have a big hand for Matteo Seguso and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Courtney Brown. So earlier I was telling you about our Kids Design Glass. We have a little video. Could we play Kids Design Glass? We'll show you what we've done with some of the kids in the past.
baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques, they don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
Oh, I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So if you're here with kids, just go out the door, look to your left, you'll see a little arts and crafts room. We have paper and entry forms, markers and crayons, everything you need. It's free to enter. And once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make it out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to keep and one that stays in the museum collection. Hi, how are you guys? Good, good. So we have a little short time till lunch. So we're going to make this mask cup for Matteo's son. A little present for his son. He's got to bring him something. So Matteo Seguso, a master engraver, has carved out a little bandit's mask. We're going to blow a glass, and we're going to melt on the little bandit's mask. So the mask is sitting in this oven over here, staying warm. Gabe, the man in the bright blue shirt, is going to blow the cup. So right now he's heating up the end of that steel pipe. He's going to dip it into our big tank of molten glass. That's the glass furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of molten glass in it. The steel pipe in his hand is called the blowpipe. It's hollow. He's going to shape that glass up, get it to the right temperature, and then he's going to puff one little puff of air into the tube, close it up with his thumb, and the heat and pressure will expand the air and blow out the bubble automatically. That's how we start every hollow object that we make. Just one little puff, close it up with your thumb, bubble pops out the other end. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what it looks like inside behind that door. So it's 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Well, we throw the ingredients into the tank and we cook it overnight. And all the ingredients melt together and make glass. Sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. chunk of orange, put a big blob on the top, and smush it till it coats the original bubble with orange. Buy it. Buy it from a company in Germany. And when the coloring glass comes from different metals cooked into the glass when you first cook it up. So cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, a little bit of gold makes it pink. Nope. Nope. It's in this bar here. So you buy some orange, they cook it up, they cook up orange glass in a big pot, and they roll it into these bars, and they sell the bars to us, and we just cut off a little chunk and coat our bubble. So the man seated to the left, he's the guy that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow as Gabe in the bright blue shirt shapes it. We use natural gas for the furnaces, and we use propane for the torches. So the next thing we're going to do, right now the steel pipe is attached here where the opening is. We're going to take another rod, stick it to the bottom, and then we're going to break it off at the top. So Sarah over on the left is preparing the second rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. She's coated the end with a little bit of glass to make it sticky. She's going to bring it over to Gabe, and Gabe is going to stick it on the bottom of the glass. When Gabe feels that that bond is strong enough, he'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So it was held here. Now it's held from the bottom. So we're going to stretch out the glass at the very top. It's always a little bit thick there. And then we'll trim off some of that thick glass. When glass is hot, you can cut it with a scissors. Gabe is heating the glass in that round oven. That's called the glory hole. Runs on natural gas, and we keep it at about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Now he's going to widen the opening at the top, the place where you drink out of. The tool in his hand is called the jacks, and he presses against the inside of the opening to make it wider. So our guest artist has carved a little mask, a little kind of robber's mask for the glass. This is a present for his kid. We're warming it up in that oven over there, the silver oven with the curved side, and we're going to apply it to the drinking glass. So Gabe is preheating those tweezers. So they're a little bit warm when he grabs the glass we're going to add. Sometimes if you touch a cold tool to hot glass, it can crack the glass. So here comes Courtney in the black shirt. He's got the mask on that metal tray. Gabe's going to pick it up and preheat it a little bit with the torch. We heat the spot where we're going to attach it, and we heat the mask itself, and we're going to melt it on. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we'll take it off the metal rod, we'll place it in an oven called the annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. If we just made that and set it on a table and walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would shatter. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch, and we'll be back making glass in the afternoon.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, they did it, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure, creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
To fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying two contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1,500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding, as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure. It was an honor and a challenge to work on the legacy project for the Murdoch Charitable Trust.
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum, but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up. Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
I'm sure you've seen some of the meteor.
I have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're good too.
Now, if we want to make eye contact.
You just looking right at me and
Okay.
you can look at.
Well, I was going to say, as
Yeah, if you
opposed
wanna
to,
talk
like,
to it.
where's
It's right here.
right there. Cud, again, is a regurgitation for a second slower chewing as defined by Webster. So it feeds into our recycling theme. We work a lot from recycled materials and try to work reflective of place and moment, right? So it seemed to fit the bill.
It's easy to sign. It's 3 letters. It's an kind of an American sound to it. We are American glassmakers. There's a lot of Eurocentric sort of attention in the glass world, but we're truly we're an American band. We are an American band. We're coming to your town. So, and then we're going to attempt to make a glass look like wood. Yeah, write that down. We're in the Northwest, wood mills, woody, plywood, logs, you know. We always return to our wood grain look. We try and make glass look like wood, as crazy as that sounds.
It's sort of the wolf in sheep's clothing, right? So we're making one material appear to be another. So here you see one that's been wood grained. It's reflective of this coast. The work will morph and does morph in other places.
Plus we're old and we can't think up any new ideas. It's just...
That's not true.
Let's go with the wood grain. The wood grain worked before. Let's do the wood grain.
We've made a lot of stuff, you know, so, you know, we do have a grab bag of tricks that we can reach into and pull these things out.
History of bottle making is very much a part of the history of glass making. And we like that shape. Again, we bring in the wood grain because we're in the Northwest.
We're riffing on the carboy form, which is hundreds of years old. We're riffing on that form. We're taking it from, which is, you know, largely a commercial form. And part of what the studio glass movement did was depart from the factory. So in a way, we're taking it back to the factory. We're smartasses.
Way back in the old days, the guy would come through town with a donkey and you brought your stuff and they filled you up with wine. But then all of a sudden, winemakers started bottling their wine, beer people started bottling their beer, and the whole industry changed instantly. You always get a sense of awe when you're watching a really good glass
It's a spectator
team.
sport.
A really good glass team working together. If you look at Ben and Gabe, they've been working together for 15 years or something. And you can see that. You can see that synchronicity and just all.
The unspoken. It's a dance.
Here we are working at the Museum of Glass, got this great team. I feel blessed.
I was going to say, look, we are blessed, right? I mean, what better position to be in than to have the ability to come from out of town and stop in for a week and ask for things that we can't necessarily achieve alone or even in a pair, right? It takes that team, and that's always been the beauty of the glass movement, is that community, and that's really, you know, almost exclusive to the glass movement.
this bench we are stuffing color cups and pulling some black paint. We're going to use the black paint to create stripes on cylinders, and those cylinders are going to be used for centerpieces at our annual Better Futures Luncheon.
We chop it all up into little pieces just like these.
Right, we're taking the cane, we're going to put it in the garage so it heats up slowly.
So then we can roll them up on a blowpipe.
So we lay them all out on a plate, and then Sarah makes a collar, which is kind of like a disc around the pipe, and then she rolls up the cane once they're all heated up.
We take a gather on it, and then David's gonna block it up, and we'll blow it out into a cylinder form. Teamwork, it's all about teamwork.
What we do is we shape it and make it into a cylinder.
We're clunky it up, we'll get a lip wrap.
And then from there we finish the piece.
So once they're done in the hot shop, they go in the annealer for 12 hours, and they come out, and they come to this place called Cold Shop, where we do all the magic.
So basically, these come out of the annealer, and we knock the pennies off, and it has these sharp edges on here. And you go to the first diamond wheel, diamond grit.
We got this thing called a cerium wheel, it's a natural mineral, and you just polish. Hit it with the sponge real quick. More water. Then we air gun it. And it went from being foggy to being cleared.
I came up with a prototype for our centerpieces. We're going to be making cones, spheres, and cylinders, which are really like fundamental skill building shapes.
Started by pulling cane of different colors and bundled it up, heated it up, twisted it, put it in an optic mold.
The kids all had a part in making the color bar, and now we'll be here this week trying to make 55 centerpieces.
The farthest bench, they're doing starts for the middle bench.
I'm gonna pick up one of these guys out of the garage. We're gonna drop it over a bubble, and then we're gonna take a couple gathers and hand it off to Gabe, and he's gonna work his magic.
Stop. So we're finishing the pieces. We throw a gather on top of it, blow it up, shape it, punny up, open, finish it.
So we're looking for crisp corners, and we're looking for a really straight side. The way we're gonna get a crisp bottom is heat that bottom really hot. When you're making the cylinder, lay your blades on the sidewall and look down across it. If you see gaps in it or it's not laying straight, try to fix it. Paper marver is going to be a good tool. Your jacks, paper, whatever it takes.
I'm Corey Metcalf. I'm one half of Noisefold. I live in Montrose, Colorado.
And I'm David Stout, the other half of Noisefold, and I live in Denton, Texas, which is on the north side of Dallas.
We think of noise not so much as a sound you don't really want to hear. We think of noise more as kind of a prima materia, the field of all possibility. And so we're interested in this idea of filtering or folding that information and finding form within that.
And when we use this technique in our performances, one of the things we do is that we simultaneously generate an image and take the data that comprises that image and turn it back into sound.
So this project for the Museum of Glass We're creating, obviously, stable, solid forms, but it comes out of our practice of actually animating in pretty wild and very organic ways, basically mathematical surfaces, structures that are created through basically visualizing mathematical differential equations. And so we've created a system that allows us to take these surfaces and do many different things to sculpt them in real time and to animate the way that they behave and move. So we set up a virtual reality interface that allows the gaffers to get right in there and actually use a controller to rotate the forms around, change the scale, even get inside the thing if they want to.
And we found in our initial experiments that it really helped the gaffers because they quite literally could get inside and around and look at a difficult surface or component that isn't really that easily seen on a screen.
We always ask for as many drawings as we can have, and you know, with this we can look at it from any perspective. Oh, you need a punny? Okay, hold on, let me get out of here.
When we started out as Noisefold, we took a lot of equations that were put together on an open source database by Paul Bork, who's an Australian astrophysicist. And very quickly we were using techniques to blend that data, blend that geometry. And so what you end up with is these highly complex, novel forms.
We can generate much crazier forms. We're not doing that.
And we could iterate on forms that are much more traditional glass forms and make really interesting vases and things that would be more common to the glass vocabulary.
But we're trying to go for that sweet spot where it's something that we think speculatively could be made in glass, but is just a little bit harder than might be the typical form.
Or considerably more difficult, but still within the realm of possibility.
Within the realm of possibility.
While these do stand alone from the new media works that we make in terms of the projected or immersive installation environments and performances, we're definitely thinking about ways of bringing the two into conversation. And so taking the forms that we've digitally prototyped and figuring out ways of combining them in exhibition spaces with the actual glass objects that come out of the process. So we have to wait till they come out of the oven, of course, which is another different aspect of this process than the digital. And the other thing, of course, you can't just buy an extra hard drive when you get too many glass objects.
It's a well-oiled show business machine, ladies and gentlemen. My work it kind of sits at the intersection of technology, entertainment, and art. The projects take a lot of different formats. It could be performative. I had a big project that was a game show for many years. I got interested in 3D printing because it was kind of this marriage of digital and physical, which is like where we all live nowadays, right? And the latest work that I'm doing here at Museum of Glass is about light.
Here we go.
A lot of the work that I do is about being approachable and reaching an audience that may not otherwise go to art events. That's what brought me to Coney Island and performing. I got really interested in 3D printing and 3D scanning. Like, we live our whole lives now in computers, but then we're physical beings, right? So 3D printing appealed to me because it was a way of translating that digital life into physical, and 3D printing brought me to 3D carving. Instead of an additive process of building up a model with a 3D printer, I'll start with a block of graphite and use a CNC router to remove some track material and create these molds for glass castings. And that led to the forms that I'm doing now. So a lot of the forms are based on sacred geometries or just, mathematical geometries. So a lot of the cone molds that I'm using here today, they're based on a truncated icosahedron form. It's a 5 and a 6-sided cone. They fit together like a soccer ball. I like physical work because it has permanence, particularly glass. Plastic, less so. A lot of the work is about play, so it's like we're making these things, and then there's gonna be the next phase of the project is about shining light through the work, and we'll see where it all goes. Glass is this amazing sort of magical thing, the way it moves when it's molten, and I've really liked this graphite process because it's so fast and immediate to just pour the glass and pop it out of the mold, and multiples has been a big theme in my work over the years, and that kind of speaks to me a little bit as well. When I reflect on why do I use glass, I found that there's a lot of people out there making things out of glass because they can and not because they should. And for me, I didn't have something that I wanted to make that needed to be glass. This project needs to be made out of glass. The whole idea of this work that is about light is really sort of a response to what's going on in America right now, a response to what's going on in the world. This work is really about sort of turning off. The whole world has got to this point where we're so constantly stimulated by our phones and the news cycle and everything, and it's a lot about getting people to slow down and stop and just experience.
Yes. Yes, he was a shiny old man. I'm John Toriano. I'm from New York City. I have this theory about the attraction of glass, and I think we're genetically hardwired to respond positively to sparkly and shiny things. These are all the teardrops that are the raindrops of the glass gods. It's part of my, just kidding, agricultural aesthetic theory. When you reach in to take a gather, it's like you're reaching into the center of the earth, right? And you're doing something with it. You're making a shiny object. If you imagine a time when, we were just primitive peoples, and you would see a sparkly thing, it wouldn't be very often. And it would be magical because, why? Because you could hold a piece of the sun in your hand. And the sun is everything, right? No sun, no life. I've always thought of myself as a painter first and foremost. With painting, you have to be able to communicate with one shape, something that's three-dimensional. I don't think any artist, for example, can make art without being involved with glass in some way. Maybe it's just with slides of their work, but it's about looking, and it's about seeing, and glass is a very important tool for that. For me, I've never really been a glass artist, but I've always had glass in my art ever since about 1969, I would say, when I was using dots to create the illusion of space, kind of like sky, though I didn't think of it as sky at first. Then I started to look at photographs of the sky in order to get more interesting configurations and distributions of dots. And then because I was looking at those, I started reading about it, and I started making relationships between astronomical ideas of space and painterly ideas of space. And I found that the astronomical ideas gave me more license than the kind of formalist Greenbergian ideas about space dead. The project that we're working on here at the museum, I started it a couple weeks ago at Pilchuck, where I wanted to see what I could do in a columnar shape. Ever since about 1974, on and off, I've been making these column paintings that are half-round lozenge shapes of different sizes. What I tried to do with those is create a paradox between the physicality of them coming out from the wall and the illusionness of them, both physically and visually. And I wanted to see if those ideas could translate to glass. And in a way, I'm trying to make them as close to a painting as you can.
Yeah, and you had a recipe kind of written out.
Yeah. I'm used to working on my own all the time, and it takes a lot more energy to get the momentum going on your own than it does when you have a crew and a group of people. And so one of the pleasures I take from working in a place like the museum here is the kind of communal energy that helps support the process of making work. You don't question it so much. You just go in, you get up, you have your coffee, and you start making work. And that's refreshing. You see what I mean by them being figurative or beings of some kind? Like post-apocalyptic, but with really nice outfits.
Oh, I was studying painting. My painting prof said, well, okay, your schedule looks good here. You've got some 3D classes, but you're 2 credits short. And if you don't have a full load, they won't give you an assistantship. I said, well, that won't do. What should I take? And he ran his finger down the list, and he came to one that said 2 credits, and he said, here, take that. And I said, what is it? And he said, it doesn't matter. It's 2 credits. And it was the second glass-blowing class in America. Experimental class. This is a series of glasses that I've been doing for the last 5 years that we call cameo cut glass. So we came here a year and 3 months ago and blew cups, or blanks I call them, that have colors on the outside and clear on the inside. And then I took them to the engraving machine. I carved through each color down to the color that's below it and make a pattern. These are not finished at this stage. Then I bring them here. We're going to put glass inside the bubble and pick it up reheat it and blow it out. But this color that's on the outside of this bubble will also be on the outside of the final piece. You can make any shape you want after you've got it all attached. And here are some, this is a cup and a finished piece.
A slight tap, the piece is broken free and on its way to the annealer where it will cool down for the next several hours.
If I could have my biggest dream come true, it would be that people see me as an artist as well as an educator, so that I can have my cake and eat it too. It's good, huh?
For me, the draw with glass is that even though you're working with the same material every single day, it's different. Every time you work with it, it's a little different, depending on what colors you used, how hot it is, even what mood you're in. It feels different.
The sky's the limit. It's your imagination that takes control of what you do.
First glass experience was really, I was on a school bus and I was like in 6th grade, I think.
When I was probably in 7th grade, I was going on the bus.
And someone stepped on the school bus with a glass elephant.
And this kid walked in with this really big, pretty vase, and I was like, "Where'd you guys do that at?"
And I was so amazed. I was like, "Oh my God, where did you get that?" I was so amazed. That was like the first time I ever seen like a piece of glass blowing.
And he told me, and I got on my schedule. I got glass blowing on my schedule the next day.
My friend Deshaun told me about the glass program that he did after school, so I signed up for the daytime class.
In middle school, I loved art.
Art itself, you get to like do stuff that ordinary people don't do.
It's like, let's touch hot stuff, and I think that's kind of fun.
I've always tried drawing stuff like cars and stuff, never really worked, but then I found glass blowing, and that was an actual art that I could understand and do.
I thought I'd just be like sticking to sports and football, but no, glass blowing.
Here we're working on a project for a fundraiser.
We're making centerpieces for the Better Future Luncheon.
Every year we make a special set of centerpieces for that.
It involves 2 color drops. There's one bench working on the top piece and then another working on the bottom.
Working with the museum people is always cool because they teach you new things.
It's cool, like Gabe and the crew, like they give you pointers and tips.
Glass working, I think it teaches, you know, teamwork is the main thing. And that, you know, just this morning I had to talk to them about, you know, we're all on the same team and, you know, we're all working towards a similar goal, so we all help each other out.
They're really good at it because they do it all like every day. So
They're showing them these amazing techniques that a lot of kids haven't seen before, and they're just kind of blown away. And you can see the kid light up and the staff member light up at the same time. They're both excited about it, and it's working out.
I mean, when you first meet them and you're working with them to begin with, you're a little intimidated. You don't want to mess up and make their lives any harder. But once you start to get more comfortable around them, you really start picking up things. Even if they don't say it, just by watching them, you can see how they marver or how they use the jacks in many different ways, and it really helps. You just pick up things without even thinking about it.
They look up to all the MOG team and everything, so when they're down there, they just got wide eyes and they're so excited.
Like, they're the best glass blowers in the world here, so just getting to work with them and even on the same floor with them is just amazing and great.
It's pretty cool that they like look up to me, and like yesterday, like 4 or 5 of them, they were saying, "Man, Gabe is filthy." I guess filthy means, you know, I'm pretty cool or something. So
there's living proof that this program works. You know, I grew up in a very difficult household to grow up in, yet this program kept me together. It's helped me become who I am. My name is David Rios.
My name is Julian.
My name is Avery Paz.
Jordan Lavelle.
Dante.
I'm Sam.
I'm Deshaun Hutchinson.
Rogelio Castellanos.
James Downey.
Tanner Martin.
I'm Tate Waller.
We are Hilltop Artists. We are Hilltop Artists. Hilltop Artists.
Most people see Hilltop as a program. I see it more as like a family. I'm Sean Cabrera. I'm originally from California, but I'm here in Tacoma now. Well, at first, I was a little stoked that we like moved, but then like reality kind of hit me, and like I kind of thought, I can't see my family anymore, and like it was kind of depressing at first. In California, art to us was just basically like drawings and paintings and stuff. We didn't see any sculpting or anything like that, and especially out of glass, I've never heard of that. When I saw it, I was like, I'm getting in this program as soon as possible. They said I could sign up, and I started the next day.
Hilltop Artists is a nonprofit organization founded in 1994 with the help of Dale Trujillo. It started off in a small wood shop and now provides hot glass instruction to over 550 kids annually. I'm Trenton Kiocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington, born and raised. I was kind of getting in trouble with my mom, so she had me move in back with my dad in Tacoma. And first day of school, we were signing up for classes, and I noticed they had a glass program, and I was kind of curious about it. And I signed up for that class, and I've just been doing it ever since that day. Right now with the program, I'm actually a part-time instructor with the production team. So our hope with the Hilltop Artist program is that the kid leaves with a little bit more self-esteem, a little more confidence to pursue their goals, whether it be glass blowing or anything else that they'd want to pursue. Our mentors at Hilltop focus on increasing student academic success and interpersonal success. We all have our own issues outside of work, but I think for those 3 hours we get to come together and be a part of a team and be a part of something else. So our focus this week at MOG is to produce a body of work for our upcoming luncheon fundraiser that will happen October 7th. And all this money that we're going to raise from this luncheon is going to go back into the program to help fund the cost. There's 3 of us on the floor, 3 people from the MOG Hot Shop team, and we're using the kids to help us make their auction pieces.
Just in these 2 days, I've learned so much. Just they help you. If they see something they can help you with, they're like, oh, do this. I'm rolling up cane, and they told me, hey, roll up cane towards you, hotter, keep it. You know, simple stuff that like I probably like thought about in my head, but I'm like, oh, I don't know if I should do this. Might be doing it wrong. But then they're like, do this, and it becomes easier. There is no limit to your imagination. You can do anything. Glass is just an example of it. There's always new techniques. People always say, oh, there's nothing new. There's always something new. In glass, like, I can work with somebody one day, I can learn a new technique.
You know, I wish there was something like that when I was growing up. Like, I could have really used this, and now for me to be, you know, on the side where I'm actually helping these kids, you know, it's really rewarding, and I've never felt like I was a role model, and I definitely feel like I am now. So I'm trying to take that and own it, I guess.
When I see the pieces in the museum, it kind of like makes me want to like be that person. Like, I want someone to like see something of mine and be shocked and surprised in how it's like so like detailed and colorful and big.
Oh, sorry. Up until the residency, most of my work has been focused on kind of the Venetian techniques of decorating with cane. A lot of vessel work, not so much sculpture. But for this residency, I kind of took a bit of a departure. I'm not going to be pulling any cane or doing any of that kind of decoration. Kind of focused more on these objects, the clouds, mountains, suns, and moons. I started making clouds a few years ago, kind of as I take a break from picking up cane and from making larger scale pieces, and it was something small I could make relatively quickly and on my own. And so I just kind of made them for myself. It was just a fun thing for me to make. And then I made a piece out of it, ended up getting this residency because of the piece, so I figured it was probably a good sign that I should stick with it and kind of use the residency to expand on some of the ideas and give the clouds an environment to exist in. You know, I have almost gotten in car accidents because I was checking out cool clouds on my drive home from work. I walk the dog at night a lot, so I'm always kind of keeping my eye out for when the moon breaks out of the clouds, and or when it's, you know, a big super moon, blood moon, all that stuff.
Let's build a happy little cloud. Let's build some happy little...
You know, glass blowing is a battle between what you want to make and what you actually make. And over the years, I've tried to use that as a dialogue between myself and the material. And a lot of times when I'm trying to make something, the glass doesn't want to do it. And sometimes that's where the beauty comes in, is this interaction of like, well, that's not what I intended, but like a happy accident, I guess you would call it.
We don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. You can do anything that you want.
It's funny because a lot of glass people make clouds. This is a tricky one. And I was a little hesitant to jump into it, but I figured I could make it my own, do my own rendition of it. And yeah, everyone seems to be pretty happy. It's hard to be angry at a cloud, I think. I'm working with all my friends. I'm super lucky. I'm friends with some of the best glass blowers and sculptors out there, and I help them make a lot of their work, and they help me, and so it's a really great opportunity to just fill the shop with super talented people that are also my great friends.
I believe every day's a good day when you paint. I believe it'll bring a lot of good thoughts to your heart.
Oh, I was studying painting. My painting prof said, well, okay, your schedule looks good here. You've got some 3D classes, but you're 2 credits short. And if you don't have a full load, they won't give you an assistantship. I said, well, that won't do. What should I take? And he ran his finger down the list, and he came to one that said 2 credits, and he said, here, take that. And I said, what is it? And he said, it doesn't matter. It's 2 credits. And it was the second glass blowing class in America. Experimental class. This is a series of glasses that I've been doing for the last 5 years that we call cameo cut glass. So we came here a year and 3 months ago and blew cups, or blanks I call them, that have colors on the outside and clear on the inside. And then I took them to the engraving machine. I carved through each color down to the color that's below it and make a pattern. These are not finished at this stage. Then I bring them here. We're going to put glass inside the bubble and pick it up and reheat it and blow it out. But this color that's on the outside of this bubble will also be on the outside of the final piece. You can make any shape you want after you've got it all attached. And here are some, this is a cup and a finished piece.
A slight tap, the piece is broken free and on its way to the annealer, where it will cool down for the next several hours.
If I could have my biggest dream come true, it would be that people see me as an artist as well as an educator, so that I can have my cake and eat it too. Good, huh?
The end idea would be to make a large cube about 5 feet by 5 feet, all made out of stacking glasses. But that would be about 5,400 cups. All in clear, except for kind of an amorphous shape inside that's made out of gray tones. And as those gray tones get stacked up against each other, it'll be harder for the light to permeate through, and eventually you'll get sort of just like this dark shadow mass hovering in the center of this cube. Basically, if we zoom in, it's all stacks of glasses. And then where the gray is, these are all the same gray tone, just stacked up against each other, and that's what's making that dense center. That's been fun. I think I'm assuming that the team was hoping to do more larger stuff when I came here. But I think it's been a lot of fun and interesting, just kind of turn everyone loose into more factory setting. Sarah's just cranking out starts, and Ben and I are just filling these molds, and then today Gabe's just been hot popping. So we've got Sarah gathering up start. She'll make just about a ping pong ball, golf ball size bubble with a jack line in it. We'll let that cool down, and once that's chilled out, we'll take a post dip on it, and then with that good gooey runny glass, we'll extend the bubble, drop into an aluminum mold. The aluminum mold's been lined with linseed oil and cork, and we'll blow up the bubble, drop it down, spin out a crispy cup. Those get hot popped. So we have a file set up, and you make a little score about a 1/4 inch on the side of the glass where you want it to break, and then we run a hot torch with a little razor sharp flame on it. We spin that on a Lazy Susan. As it's going around, that flame is hitting it. Wherever that little score line is, it'll make a crack, pop all the way around. You can take the top off and chuck that back in the furnace eventually. Cheers, fellas. Cheers. Cheers.
I'm no longer interested in making work for galleries. I'm no longer interested in making work for museums. I'm trying to create a different format for me to work in. This is what I'm excited about. In 1980, when I was 6 years old, my family moved from England to the Chicago suburbs, and we moved into a house designed by Bruce Goff, which is called the Ford House. I describe it as living in a sculpture. It leaks, it's freezing cold in the winter, it's blazing hot in the summer. A lot of the things that you expect a house to do, it doesn't do, but it does a lot of great things that most houses will never do. I became an artist because of that house, and it sounds like an overstatement to say that, but I really believe that's true. I made a body of work that was how that house, how the Ford House shaped me to be an artist. And then I thought, well, what am I going to do next? And I decided I want to see if I can use that same format of asking someone to come live in something that I've made and see what I can do with that experience, see how I can use that opportunity to give them an art experience like the one that I had from the Ford House. And I can't invite someone to come live in my sculpture for 8 years, but I can invite them to come for one night. And I think there's so many cool opportunities that sets up. Getting people to have a different experience with art. This glass crew here is amazing, and what I'm here to make during my residency is functional objects, vessels, plates, bowls, like practical things like sink, tile, but having them be made by an artist, having them be made with my aesthetic is really the goal. They're saying I've set them up for a big challenge.
If I make it right, I should get a free night's stay.
Some of the forms that we're making down there are these real kind of internal, sort of intestinal, cave-like forms that are based on some work, a body of work that I made maybe 5 years ago. And then I was making work about caves, and caves are formed by water flowing through them. And so there were these interesting connections between underground spaces and the interiors of our bodies. And so when I had the opportunity to make vessels for this project that I'm doing, that was just kind of the first thing. I wanted to pick that thread back up. I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to have this many people making something that I'm interested in. Feels like I'm royalty.
So hi everybody, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have a very special guest artist, Matteo Seguso, the man in sweatshirt over by the oven. Oh, they both have sweatshirts. The darker, bluer sweatshirt. He's a master engraver from Italy, from the island of Murano. The island of Murano is where, when they talk about Venetian glass, the actual center of glass making is on this little island about 3 miles northeast of Venice proper. They moved all the glass making out of Venice in 1291, so it's been a long time. And they did it for 2 reasons. One was fire. A lot of times the buildings in those days were made out of wood. They were afraid of fire. And 2, they did it to protect the secrets of glass making. Venice was the first place in the world to have a patent law to protect the intellectual property. They passed a law in 1474 to protect the secrets of glass making. So today, Matteo will be working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They'll be making the glass forms for him to engrave on, and he will do the engraving. So right now, Sarah is starting the next form. Just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our furnaces. The furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. So each of those has a big ceramic tank, and in that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of molten glass. We keep the molten glass at 2100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass is like honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our glass furnace is like. When we want to get it out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes. They're called blow pipes. And we dip it into the molten glass like you dip one of these into a jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of the molten glass sticks to the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, ball of glass blows up like a little balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time, or a third time, or a fourth time, until you have all the glass you need to make whatever you're making. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in various forms, and then we melt a layer of colored glass onto our clear glass. So if we're going to make an orange bowl, we'll blow a bubble of clear glass out of the furnace. We'll heat up a little chunk of orange glass, and then we'll melt a layer of orange over the clear, and then dip it in more clear. So what you end up with is something that looks colored, but if you cut through it, you would see it's just that one skinny layer. Now, if you were going to work in a big factory where you're going to make everything the same color, then you just melt a tank of colored glass and dip into it. But here, we're a bunch of artsy-fartsies, and we want to make a red thing, then a blue thing, then a yellow thing. So we color each piece individually by melting on a layer of colored glass. If you guys are familiar with the work of Dale Chihuly, you may have seen him on TV or up on the bridge. All that glass is colored in this manner. You see, it's really only So if you look to the far left, that's Sarah Gilbert. Sarah is a member of our resident member of our glass blowing team. And she's coated her bubble with a fresh layer of hot molten glass. And now she's rounding it out, making it nice and even. The tool in her hand is called the block, B-L-O-C-K. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood itself is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. The tool looks like a scoop, but we don't scoop up any water in it. We use it empty. We just want the wood itself to be wet. The glass that she's working with is clear. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. All glass looks some shade of orange when it's hot, whether it's red or blue or green or pink. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while, turn them off, they cool down, they return to their natural color. Same with the glass. So right now, that bubble is as clear as your eyeglasses, but it's going to look orange while it's hot. Has anybody got any questions so far? Well, we're making a sculpture designed by our guest artist. It's going to be kind of a tapered cone, and then he's engraved two panels that kind of look like pizza slices, and we're going to jam the two panels into the truncated cone. And I'll draw that probably in a little while. So the two engraved panels are sitting in this oven over here. We made them the other day. This is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not so hot that it makes it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, retains its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out, heat it up a little extra, and then stick it on. You're going to make a weird shape. You start out with everything even, and then you distort it. If things get out of whack, let it get out of whack, then everything else. everything's even, things go smoothly. Once it gets out of whack, the work is spinning, you're holding the tools against it. If the work is like boom, 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 it's hard to. It only stays soft for about a minute. So think of it like wax. Wax gets hot, it gets soft, but fairly quickly it starts to get stiff again. Stick it in glory hole. Go back to the workbench, do whatever shapes you can. When it starts to get stiff, way out there, so it feels a lot better than it's actually. So Gabe is shaping the glass, and the pad in his hand, that gray pad, is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. Very high tech, yep. As long as the newspaper is wet, it doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Yep, that's reshaping the glass. Yeah, I always think of it looks like the rings of a tree. What's a tree once? Yep. I think it's because there's so many layers, and each layer has a little air between it that insulates it. So right now, Gabe is squeezing the glass and making a sharp notch in it. That sharp notch is a place where he can break the glass away from the metal pipe. He's shaping it just folded up wet newspaper. Gray pad, shaping wet newspaper. 3 days. Well, two things really. Wet and sharpener really made it a lot of effort to sharpen himself, and he had this very novel idea. He created a little strip out of When he swings it like that, he's trying to make the bubble longer. When glass is hot and soft, it'll stretch under its own weight. So we're going to straighten out the sides of this cone a little bit. And again, we're rolling it on wet newspaper. That allows us to straighten out the sides without leaving any marks. Autopilot. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Well, we can, just blow a sphere and then take the wooden paddles and flatten the sides, or if it has to be really square, then we'll make a mold. So we're flattening the bottom. Gabe is holding a tool called the jacks on the side, and we're pressing the bottom in with the wooden paddle. Glass wants to be round, so we want a sharp corner like that. We have to coax it. It won't do that on its own. Why is the building shaped this way? 3 reasons. First, and most important, it looks really cool. Second, the whole building is designed to act like a giant chimney. You're basically sitting inside a giant chimney. So there's a natural updraft, so the heat and smoke from the furnaces goes up and out the top. The third reason is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped buildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills to dry the lumber. When the architect Arthur Erickson, who designed this building, saw those big cone-shaped metal buildings, that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer our shape from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. So Courtney, over on the left, is preparing the punty. Gabe is going to stick it on the bottom of the shape. Gabe is the man in the blue shirt, light blue shirt. When they feel that that bond is strong enough, they'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So we'll take some tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want it to break, a little tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. The top can now be heated and shaped. So we're going to widen that opening a little bit. Gabe has put on a glove and a Kevlar sleeve to protect his arm. As these things get bigger, they generate more heat and things become a little more uncomfortable. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we put it in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, it allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. So we can make that part of the glass extra hot and extra soft without disturbing the rest of the shape. Does anybody have any questions? The black ovens are called the annealers, and they're for cooling the glass down slowly after we're done. So each day we heat those up to 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night we cool everything down all at once. So we're getting ready to add the engraved pieces. I think some of them cracked while we were warming them up, but we're going to push ahead anyway. We're going to place them in the garage, keep them warm. The garage is that silver oven with the curved side. That operates about half the temperature of the furnaces. We're going to have to make some adjustments in the design because some of the pieces cracked. Right now they're discussing what to do. When we attach pieces of glass, we have to heat up two things. We have to heat up the part where the place where we're going to attach it and the object itself. So right now he's heating up the spot where we're going to stick the engraved glass. The torch in his hand is a propane and oxygen torch. It has a 5,000 degree flame. It allows them to get that area very hot, a small area very hot very quickly. So Sarah has some of the pieces of the engraved glass. She's going to heat it up a little extra. And Gabe's going to stick it in the side. So once again, Gabe is heating up the spot where we're going to put it. He's making little dents so he can mark where it goes. So we're heating up the edge of the piece we're going to add. notice that as we work on one part of the glass, one of the glass blowers is heating up the connection between the metal rod and the sculpture itself. That connection is fragile. As long as it's warm, everything is cool. If we allow that to get too cold, it'll crack spontaneously and the whole thing will fall on the floor. Yeah, no, and he made us these Rainier glasses. They can make anything you imagine. The person is if our guest artist is a glass maker, then they take lead as a team and they make the object. And our guys assist. If it's not a glass maker, then they come up with a design and our guys make their design. He did the etching on those panels, yes. These are things we made. You go buy a Giorgio Armani suit. Giorgio doesn't sew glasses. does, two of them, each one of them has a ceramic tank of 1,000 pounds of molten glass. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram for a moment? Inside. Yeah, pretty much. A little different. That's basically it. Thank you. So we're almost done. And the reason I know that is I see one of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished sculpture to our annealing oven. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. If we just made that, put it on the table, walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would shatter. So we take it to our annealing ovens, like the big black ovens. Each day we heat up one of those to 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night we cool everything all at once. They're electric ovens, and they have a computerized thermostat, so we can automatically set it to slowly turn the temperature down to room temperature. So Sarah, in the green jacket, has put on some Kevlar gloves. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. It's the kind of material that firemen wear when they go into a burning building. It's also used to make bulletproof vests. When she grabs that sculpture, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, no longer change shape, and she'll carry it to the annealing oven to be cooled slowly over probably about 24 hours. We'll put some water on the joint between the metal rod and the sculpture itself. The water will crack that joint. Give it a little tap. Off it comes and into our annealing oven. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and Matteo Seguso, our guest artist. You're welcome. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So for those of you just coming in, our guest artist is Matteo Seguso, a master engraver from the island of Murano off of Venice. And he's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make his sculptures. So this sculpture is going to be a hollow glass cylinder, and Mr. Seguso has made an engraved plate, 2 engraved plates, and we're going to jam the 2 engraved plates into the sides of the cylinder. So right now they're working on the cylinder. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the cylinder from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Over on the left, Courtney, the man with the long beard, is preparing the punty, the second steel rod. So the glass at the top of the cylinder is always a little bit thick. So we're going to stretch some of it out, and we're going to trim some of it off. Does anybody have any questions? Gabe, in the blue shirt, has a ceramic plate. On that ceramic plate are engraved plates. So we want these plates to actually penetrate the cylinder. So Gabe is taking that propane and oxygen torch and softening a section of the cylinder, so when we jam it in, it'll actually push the wall of the cylinder inward. So only the place where he's torching it will be soft. The rest of the thing will retain its shape. The torch that he's using is a propane and oxygen torch and has a 5,000 degree flame. He just wants to soften one kind of linear piece down the side. You can see the little glow. So the glass is only soft in right there. Sarah has the engraved pieces that our guest artist, Matteo Seguso, made. Originally they were one piece, but now they're two. They cracked in our annealing oven when we were warming them up, so we've altered the design. Trimming a little bit off. now we're torching the other side, where we're going to jam in this piece here. Yes, ma'am. Can we put up some of Mr. Seguso's work up on the big screen? So this is the kind of engraving he does normally. And for his residency here, he's doing a lot of experimenting with different, we're making all sorts of different things for him. The work you see on the screen is more typical of what he normally does. few drops of water on the joint between the metal rod and the sculpture. A little tap, and off it comes. We will take it to our annealing oven, where it will be cooled slowly overnight. So our guest artist, Matteo Seguso, he's a master engraver from the island of Murano, and we're going to be making some little souvenir cups for his kids. So he's engraved these little kind of robber masks. We're going to make little drinking glasses with the robber mask on the top. So that's our next. We'll put the robber mask in the garage. Gabe, our head glass blower, will blow the clear glass, and then we'll melt on the robber mask. How do you value it? 90% of the value of artwork is the artist's reputation. So if I paint a sunflower, it's $50. If Van Gogh paints it, same sunflower with the same amount of paint, takes the same amount of time, it's $5 million. So our guest artist is going around the corner. He's going to our cold shop. We have a studio just for grinding and polishing and engraving, and that's behind these furnaces. So he'll be there working on some pieces while we do the glass blowing part out here. In there we have a similar machine to this. This is called a glass lathe. This is what we do the engraving with. Can we put up a picture of Sarah working on the glass lathe? So you see we have a motor. Then we have a spindle coming out of that motor. It spins really fast. And mounted on the spindle is an abrasive wheel, if you look up in the left-hand corner. It's water-cooled. If you look at the left hand but the bottom, you'll see the wheels have different shapes. And as you press it into the glass, it makes different cuts. The most common one is a kind of a pointy cut. You've probably seen some stuff in your grandma's house. That's not good. Where they have all the little crisscross. You've seen Waterford crystal and stuff like that. All that's done like this. So you cut it with the abrasive wheel, and then you polish it back up, and you get those crisscross cuts that you see in your grandma's china cabinet. Or if you're an antique collector, they have brilliant cut glass. It's called American Brilliant Cut Glass. So Gabe's, yeah. Colors in glass come from metals dissolved in the glass when it's first cooked up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, a little bit of gold makes it pink, a lot of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. So Sarah is blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Gabe's the man in the black hat and blue shirt. Each time we heat it up, it's only soft for a little while. So we heat it up in that big round oven, the glory hole. Bring it back to the workbench. Do whatever shaping we can. And then we're going to have to heat it up again. So we're making this guy here. Right now the pipe is here where my foot is. The part that sits on the table is the part sticking out. We made one of these earlier today, and we're making a pair, one for each of Mr. Seguso's sons. He's got some little sons. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the drinking glass from the rod it's originally blown on, where it is now, to a second steel rod called the punty. P-U-N-T-Y. We'll stick the punty on the bottom, and then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll have a little hole in it. We'll spread that out, and then you can drink out. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? Yes. Let's see. Gabe has about 22 years. Courtney, I think 21, 22. And Sarah, about 18. No, they're steel. The reason they don't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe is physics. They are very long. They have a great deal of surface area compared to their mass, so they radiate the heat very efficiently. There's lots of places for the heat to escape. Also, once you coat the end of the rod with glass, glass is an insulator, and so they're shielded from the direct heat of the furnace. So we're stretching out the glass at the very top. Where we break it off, it's always a little thick. We stretch it out, and then we trim some of it off. When glass is hot, you can cut it with a scissors. wait until our little robber mask is warm enough. So in the meantime, Gabe's going to make one of these fancy goblets. So right now he's making this stem. Matteo engraved us some Rainier cups. So Gabe's almost finished with our stem. We're going to add a little disc on the bottom of the stem. Sarah, in the black shirt, we get a tiny little dab of molten glass out of our furnace. And we're going to wind on a little dab of molten glass and make a little disc at the bottom of the stem. Next, we're going to make the foot, and we're going to make it in a kind of tricky Venetian-style way. It's called dropping a blown foot. Courtney, the man on the far left, is blowing a second bubble, and I'll describe it as it happens because it's a little complicated. It'd be easier if you see it happening at the same time. This is the traditional Venetian way to make a foot of a goblet. So Courtney in the black shirt is going to get that bubble really hot and soft, and we're going to let it droop onto the stem. So you hold it in the air, you stick it on, stretch it out, and cut it off into a big teardrop shape. We're going to heat up that teardrop, and then we're going to cut that in half. Squeezing it in the middle now. And we're going to bust off the pointy part. And that leaves us with a little hollow sphere with a hole in the end. We're going to spread that out, and that will become the foot of the goblet. So it'll look just like these guys. So we press on the inside of that opening, Gets wider and wider. We'll do it once more and we'll have our foot. Sarah holds the wooden paddle against the bottom, make the bottom nice and flat so it'll sit on the table nicely. Anybody have any questions? Now we're going to transfer the stem and the foot from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. And then the bowl is already made. We're going to heat that up and stick it on top. Sarah has the second steel rod, the punty. Sarah in the black shirt. Stick that on, and then we'll snap the stem off the original metal pipe. So Courtney over here is warming up the bowl of the goblet, the part you drink out of. Generally, we make the bowls first, put them in the garage, build the stem and the foot, and then we put the bowl on top. We're going to assemble it. It's going to happen very quickly. So Gabe will be sitting at the bench with the stem and the foot. Sarah will come over and put the tiniest little dab of molten glass on top of the stem, and then followed by Courtney with the bowl. Here comes Sarah, puts on a little dab, followed by Courtney with the bowl. Little tap on the rod. Off it comes. And now our goblet is assembled. So we'll heat that up once or twice more. Just make sure that everything is on there straight. Now give it a little tap. Off it comes. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. Now you guys know how to make one. You can go home and make your own. now the glass is held from the bottom. We're going to form the top. The glass at the very top is always a little bit thick, so we're going to stretch it out a little bit and trim some of it off. Gabe's going to take the tweezers and stretch, 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 stretch. Now he's going to take the shears and can cut right through that glass just like you're cutting a piece of sheet metal. So we're going to widen that opening. The tool is called the jacks. We press against the inside of the opening, and we spread it out. Now you can drink out. So now comes the critical step of adding the mask. Courtney's warming it up in that oven. Gabe is warming up his tweezers so he doesn't crack the glass when he touches them with cold metal. Courtney has the mask on that metal plate. We'll heat it up. Heat up the spot where we're going to attach it. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. Push down the edges of the frames. So we're ready to take that off. Whoa! We had a volunteer there. But no harm done, and into our annealing oven to cool slowly over. You're welcome. So we're going to make another goblet, similar to the ones you see here, except without the Rainier R. Can we play the pony video? made the entire human skeleton out of all 200. Concludes our demonstrations for today.
It's a baby monster.
Thank you all for coming
Pip is
in.
a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win,
but, and that
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special.
That almost looks like a frying pan. Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. And so I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.